Good evening. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. So sorry. I'm just a little bit late. Hello, good evening. 𝐢𝐴 signing in. I said setting up, but I was actually washing my face of my makeup. I literally just got home like 30-ish minutes ago. So I'm still trying to like unpack everything and good news though. 𝐢𝐴 didn't experience any motion sickness. So like we ball, boys. We ball. Completely fine today. I was like half expecting to be like somewhat drowsy and whatnot. Because I did take like motion sickness pills to, you know, survive through the dry. Even the cars can attest to that. But hello everyone. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. Even I just threw off my clothes and changed into them so quickly. Ugh. One thing I hate about going outside, having to like, the whole get ready bit is like one thing, but then having to like take everything off and then like settle down is just as annoying. But hello Penta. Hello Poker Castle. How are you guys today? Hello. I'm gonna get the game straight open. Wait, did I open the right Ace Attorney? Yeah, I did. I didn't uninstall the Apollo Justice trilogy just cause I don't know. I guess the like the music player and then like the gallery. I was like in my head, why not keep it? Oh shit, yeah, I picked something up and I don't know what this is. I should try and put it away maybe. I think it's a broken earring of mine. Oof. Oh shit, for a second I thought my game just like immediately crashed upon opening. Oh, my heart. Excuse me? Okay, well hold on. The team music's like playing in my ear is overwhelming me. Hold on, let me quickly switch it over. Okay, I hope the volume's okay. Audio sound all good or perfect? Congrats on 700. Did I hit 700? Bro! Yippee, guys! Oh my god. Wait, that means I missed my 690 mark. I forgot to take a screenshot of 690. My goal was literally just to hit 690 for the end of the year. Yo! The 𝐢𝐴 channel has hit past 690. What the heck? Thank you, everyone. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm here. Hello, Phoenix. Hi, 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 hi. Hope you're doing well today. More bunnies to draw. Oh shit. Have I even hit the 300 mark for my bunnies yet? Like what was the last number that I said before? Like I actually can't remember. Nah, I'm so cooked. There's no way I'm drawing 700 bunnies. I'd have to like... Wait, I have to count it. Because if I can hit at least like 350 on one canvas. 350 on one canvas and then like... Just copy... What? Copy the canvas and then like flip it. It will be 700. That counts, right? It's not the same bunnies, it just flips. Okay, let me get the game up. Hi, Josas! Nice to see you again. How are you today? Man, I'm really happy I'm not feeling motion sick at the moment. Maybe I'll feel it later, like knowing my body. It hits me at some time. It just feels numb at the moment, but I'm just happy. I can at least play through the game. Can't guarantee my speaking though. Reading through like the dialogue, but like to be fair, that I'm struggling all the time anyways. Not that different. Oh, wait! Okay. Oh, this is exciting! Yeah! We're out of the tutorial! Like, we're in it now, boys. Like, we're going to go into the game. Like, this is it. This is it. This is where everything starts to go to shit. Let's go! So, I haven't refilled my water, which I do need to do. Like, I do have water with me, but it's not warm water. And as you guys know, I need warm water if I want to survive. But at the moment, I actually bought myself a drink, which is an iced tea lychee. It actually tastes really nice. Ah! This is, oh my god, what? Oh wait, guys, wait. I forgot the volume change for it. Was that loud enough? It wasn't like loud, but like, was it louder than before? Anyways. What, Bunsy? Thank you for the subscribe. What a goofy little name. Not that I can say anything. My username just says questionable. Yeah, thank you, thank you. 251 bunnies, right? That was the last time that I counted. I wonder what the total is gonna be. Guys, when I do go back to the bunny drawings, when I do actually fill the canvas, which even if I do fill the canvas, I'm probably gonna still keep like filling in the little crevices anyways. So there might be more bunnies. But what do you think would be the total bunnies? Do you guys think I'm capable of hitting 350? I feel like didn't I say a number before? Well, I'm changing my answer. 307. Because I feel like I would have been able to fit another like 50, surely. I feel like I'll be slightly over 300. Like, that just feels right. Oh, I can feel my mascara. I quickly wiped down my face with like a face wipe, for those that are familiar with taking makeup off. Don't do that. Like, yeah, you gotta do a full like deep cleanse, but I don't have time. I can't do that. I can still put my mascara though. Hold on, let me just see if I can at least stop it from being sticky. That scared me. I'm in English class. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Last time you mentioned you were English class. Is it on the Mondays? Or at least during this time? Isn't that funny that your English classes are during the time that I play Ace Attorney? Because Ace Attorney is quite like... Could you consider it literature? I mean, if my English classes was just literally me playing Ace Attorney, I'd take it. That'd be the best time ever. Okay, I think... Oh no, it stuck to my eye. Hold on. I do not want to rip my eyelashes out. That's not good. There are already very few of them. Okay. Just the exact loud I wanted. Alright, so that means On OBS, it's at max volume. Noted. I'm not sure if I ever do like the other sound effects, if it's gonna be the same volume, but noted. Louder than my music. Oh dear, I'm sorry for the jump scare. It's okay. Not many people usually subscribe during the stream, so it's quite literally just like a blue moon jump scare. It's fine. 386. Is that another reference to like an amount of Pokemon again? If not, that's such a strange number. I really think I could hit close to 400. Just 3. 307, salute. I mean, just 3 means I've already hit my mark. I mean, if it is just 3, easy done, boys. That's my YouTube banner right there. I'll just delete the other like 200 and something. There was another stream that I missed. Did you? Weren't you at the last stream? I'll be honest, miyuu doesn't have the best concept of the time, but I feel like it's fine. I'm done with school. It's funny how this live started in the middle of class. Done with school? As in like all your studies are like done at the moment, like you've done all your tests? Is it just that period of like after tests and exams where it's just free time? Like you don't have much to do? I always wonder why they do that because it feels like such a waste of time. Can we change the sub alert sound to default iPhone ringtone? I was not gonna do that. Don't gaslight me. Don't try to trick me like that. Just because I have grandma memory doesn't mean that you can just... I did not say that. Oh, speaking of like the Discord alert, did you hear... Did anyone hear about like the outrage of the new Discord like notification sound? I'm pretty sure they only did it just like spook people for Halloween. But then they made it and what? And then they updated it so that you could see see them say that it's a like a Halloween notification sound that you can toggle. But they didn't do that before. It just changed suddenly with no like announcement whatsoever. It spooked me the fuck out, I'll be honest. You know, I prefer the like original one just because you know you start to get used to that over like the years if you use Discord a lot. But I thought the outrage was kind of funny. It reminded me of like, I'm pretty sure Skype had that period too where they changed their notification sounds and then people outraged about that. But this was like years ago, for those that know what the fuck Skype is. Anyways, we'll continue straight into episode 2, The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro.
It was a ghastly
Oh, another woman's dead on the street.
One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
Guys, you gotta stop doing this.
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner
Why would it have to be a woman again? Equality, what about a man? Still a man in the middle of the street. Please don't take that out of context.
Shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day.
Wait, that's not in the middle of the street though. Yeah, it's an apartment.
The condemned criminal's curse. The dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Wait, haunted? That's perfect for the Halloween season right now. The spoopy season. Oh yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Yes, all Pokemon till Gen 3. 386? Maybe. Who knows? If I am close, if I hit like over 350, like no, bet. If I hit over 350 on the time that I do count my bunnies, which is by the time I fill the canvas. If I do hit over 350, I'll see if I can fill enough to hit 386 just for the Gen 3, okay? You take my word for that one. But only if it's over 350. Like, I just gotta naturally do it, okay? But if it's under, I'm not gonna entertain it. There's not gonna be any more bunnies. Oh wait, we're back with Ryunosuke! Oh, I don't have to worry about Susado's voice. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. Since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. That epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. It's pink! Is it from Susato? What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. Better go down to Mr. Sholm's suite. Say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Oh, it's just playing out by itself now. We don't have to move. 30th of August, 7:28 AM. Sholm's suite. So early! I know that's normal. Normal time for people to wake up, but that's so early. Oh god, I already have to start with Iris's voice. Excuse me while I try and tune this in. I apologize to everyone's ears.
Bruno, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready.
Good morning, Iris. Oh. Just when I got the tuning down for Iris's voice, someone had walked into my room, so now I have to like prep my voice again. Apologize for the sudden pause there, guys. God damn it. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as always. Before we eat though, I have some news. Had a surprise this morning. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the truth thing from a pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, I see. He's so close. Ah, so that's it. Why did he get so close? Is there a button to like remove like the thing and just look at the background? No, right? This game doesn't have it. Oh, it's a shame. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation here have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruto, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, of course! Oh, don't look for admiration, you understand? Hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, but as? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember, by you.
Harley pulled off your button off?
Oh yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is! Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful! What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Harley, Reno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that really is a surprise! Our beloved himbo. Not really a himbo, but he sure acts like one. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐿. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. 𝐢𝐿's lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl, is the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of 𝐢𝐿 is published in Randit's magazine. So, Mr. Naruto, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh? From Susie, you mean? Was it? Really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Yes, what fun!
Alright, this is where we sidetrack to look at the room before we actually talk to people, because why else would I properly play the game? That machine really is imposing, isn't it? I can never remember its name. Oh god.
Harley calls it his great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all.
That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to represent it. But how to interpret these results, that's the key, and I confess I have no idea. clearly. I'm going to have to construct a grey analytoscope to solve the problem. That might not help. He's so goofy. Oh, I missed him so. I miss Susato, like, fangirling over Shom, so I hope she comes back soon. I'm gonna miss Rutaro? That's the fake alias she went with, no? In the last case? I'm gonna miss Rutaro Naruhodo, but I miss Susato more. I love Susato back soon. Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Susato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess. No, she appreciated it more than anything.
Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch these shelves.
Oh, why not?
Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down.
Ah.
Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement right from the outset.
You could sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. Oh, you can't examine the bullet marks anymore. Well, I mean, it starts to get repetitive, huh? But like, for anyone that's playing the game, well, why would you play the second game first? But like, you know. That makes sense. That means there's only 3 things here to really investigate. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made of somebody famous?
Yes, it's Stradivarius. I'm afraid you have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Runo.
Didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbrokery among the forfeited articles. Well, it said Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, that's something of a turn for shopping. Look, Sholmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow, it said so on the label. Perhaps the ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling. Is it implying that the label is fake? Oh, that's so unfortunate. When it gets to this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearths alight all day long, and I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space, really no use at all.
Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals, Hurley?
But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. Extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the earth. Yes, of course! Brilliant! The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. So, as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib. Damp? Or dab? Yeah, damp. Oh yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it being used as a table for tea and coffee. Very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut.
That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases.
Yes, so I've been led to believe. Personally, I've never actually seen inside.
And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten.
What? Is there a beast inside there or something? Give me a bite. Where's the cat? Where's Wagahai? Where's Wagahai? These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Not quite, Miss Naruhodo, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular that blob? Lob?
The souvenirs of my success? Memories, Mr. Naruto, memories. Really? So tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget.
Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes, wonderful. I hate that I can relate to him. I never fucking remember anything. And I'm a hoarder too. So I hoard a bunch of shit, but I half the time don't remember where it came from.
There's so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves.
Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry.
I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know.
Well, I wish I could say the same for 𝐼𝐴. The other day he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids.
You what?
He said he was hungry.
I'll be extra careful.
Sholmes!
Look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day.
Oh well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice.
You call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time.
Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat.
That sounds ominous.
Get ready to go to the bathroom, man.
Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today?
The blue calm? Why can't I say that? Carbuncle. Why didn't my brain literally couldn't think of how to say it? Carbuncle. The blue carbuncle.
Yes, it's from a case of theft that 𝐼𝐴 solved ages ago, the theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top.
Oh really? This garnet was blue, was it?
Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered.
Oh.
So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case.
Proper Herlock Sholmes conundrum, huh?
I can type with my eyes shut, you know?
I can believe it. But when a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun.
Reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one, it woke me up actually. I was hiding for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake.
That's incredible!
But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all.
I think you might just have fallen asleep on the job.
That's it! That's like 3 to 4 in each area. Alright, that's just the standard usual examination of the room. Mr. Sato's letter.
This is a letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
Now, is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you.
In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Really? Isn't she wonderful?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow.
I've won cases too, you know.
Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness.
Natsume? Natsume? No, I don't recall that name.
Of course you do! We helped the man!
Twice!
You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago.
Ah!
The mustached, twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache?
I didn't have 2 mustaches, 𝐼𝐴.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. What two cases? Like, I've generally forgotten. So, what was the startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because it's something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly has something to do with the case of the haunted lodgings. Oh. When Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikutoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. And then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that, are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Schultz? About why Mr. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Repatriation? Repatriation?
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, the news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Sending her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mr. Sato's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
Okay, I'm cold. 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 Did I mention that today is actually warm? Like, I was sweating throughout the entirety of today. Which is sad as fuck. Willingly, I chose to wear a long sleeve, but that was because I want to protect myself from the sun. And also, I regulate, like, my body temperature better if I'm, like, kind of warm. So, even though I was sweating the entirety of today, I'm now cold. I hate spring! That was not meant to click. I just wanted to click back into the game.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
Oh, well, I can say. What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later.
Bye! What the fuck? That was so sudden. He scuttled off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikutoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found him at last!
Iris? Are they...
The notes about the case? That's right, Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runa?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps as I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world, because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Because after the last case that we had, huh? So 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on a snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her bag. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Oseki-san. The man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court, and after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. So this is a flashback case, yeah? Yeah, 21st February, 5:30 AM. Same Bartholomew's... Bartholomew? Say Hospital Recovery Ward. 5:30 in the morning, oh my god. There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not.
Oh?
You're late! What on earth took you so long?
Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. And it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital.
That's right, and it's half past 5 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant! The fact is, I've been waiting for what felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Oh, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back.
Her name is? Ah, yes.
Susato.
Here we are. Miss Green.
You know what that means. We look around everywhere else before actually talking to the person. Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so...
They are probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, not sure it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet, doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you are hungry. I'd worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. 𝐲𝐷. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you're a patient here, I feared you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I have no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
Now limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. 𝐲𝐷.
A mouse, Mr. Naruto! An enormous mouse!
Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best.
It looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. Where's this place? A zoo?
You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park.
For the pigeons, yes, this is a person. Or woman. Hope she hasn't read this. Oopsie. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
I don't think that's a decoration, Miss 𝐸𝐷. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. I feel like we don't have enough of that. There's not a lot of, like, figures artists can use. Like, they're usually all, like, the same... Well... They're not really there for anatomy practice, huh? It's just there for posing. Well... Maybe some anatomy. Usually only posing. Oh, look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh shit, we get to see it. Wait, this person looks familiar. Do we know this person? No? Do all Englishmen look the same?
Yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
Looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think?
My Miss 𝐸𝐷, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Okay, I think that was the entirety of the room before I talked to the person.
That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed with payment, though.
I expect a friend or a family member probably brought some things for her.
Right, then let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Miss 𝐸𝐷. Must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
The young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel.
Renosuke!
Good morning. Oh.
Hello.
I'm Renosuke Naruto from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no?
I don't know what to do with your voice. I've just come to realize.
Was it was it your knife that... Are you the man who...
No, I'm a lawyer.
And I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? Oh no, I assure you, I'm the Miss 𝐸𝐷's Jitsu assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes.
Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green, I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. I think she's timid. Or she's unsure. Well, what I mean is I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Cautious young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Not the incident. Suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. The case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Sholmes? As you well know, it was Mr. Naldo's hard work in court that solved the case. Yet to hear what happened, Miss Green. Yes, I'm afraid so. The gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. I see. He coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should have never regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no. We're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. We really are. With all that kind of attitude, maybe your surname should be Blue, not Green. God damn it. About yourself? So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no. No, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is sometimes stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton town centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Ozaki-san does fit the bill. Struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be working in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. How dare you forgive me? If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh, yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good! This is for you! It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. Nutmeg? Sent a message to me? Why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly, what's going on? Scotland Yard constable playing delivery boy at this time in the morning. What are you waiting for? Let me see that! Well, this is most unexpected. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, as he says! Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder no less. We must depart at once.
Murder?
Call a cab! Time is of the essence.
But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did.
That will be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings.
Wait, what? Oh, hey, well,
Fire crew at once. Crew.
So yesterday, Suzuki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. Now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Also, it seemed to us at the time, but was soon to discover it was worse than we thought. So this is the case everyone was talking about, because I only ever remembered one case with Soseki. With Mr. Natsume. 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor.
Oh, fuck!
What on earth? Is that the victim? Isn't this the guy that we saw in the last game? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question, he's dead.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruto, Squire.
Mr. Natsume.
Oh, why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just gotten out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. Then I wake up to the next day to this. The early bird should catch a worm like this. Why for worm with that wiggle?
Say you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
Ah! No, the horrible Alex Sholmes. Shut up! Show yourself the door. I never invited you.
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
Entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
Get out! Get out! Get the fuck out!
Oh.
Ah, Gregson! Ah, Gregson, your voice.
Hold on, let me drink.
Here they are already, busybodies.
Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise.
Pleasant, is it? Gives me a heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes.
Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food.
Good morning, Inspector.
It's a crime scene! Did you go touching anything?
Or, good morning to you too, sunshine. Oh, we're going to... okay. Oh, there's not much to look around from. We don't need to do that then. Why does the game make you do this and that and this and that? Examine everything before we talk to people. Oh, I said hands off, you're gonna mess up my crime scene. I guess we're not looking.
Certainly some bad air in here, isn't it?
It might be from you. Sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. What a terrible thing to have happened.
It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences.
The victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose.
So did you know the victim? Were you friends?
Oh god. If it's less than favorable, it'll say cook.
Oh god. What's the matter with Soseki's-san now? Was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? No, never! Oh my god, I swear!
An extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruto?
We found him here. I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there. Okay. All of a sudden, I'm yawning a lot. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. Williams Shakespeare. It was a lodger here. As you probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead.
Mr. Shakespeare?
Shakespeare's crazy. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garrett, up in the other lodge of Mr. Natsume, found him. Let him rise at his usual hour, so Garrett got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garrett have a bad leg? Yeah, you're right. It was just that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? It was pretty hard up, it seems. He even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in his house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabitor. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
Certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he?
Poor man. How unfortunate.
Anyway, can't say much until the coroner gets you up. But I didn't think the fellow's been a coroner that long. The body's still warm. Even an inspector would allow it. I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Is that it? Okay. We can't do much. Oh, that's why! That's the only reason why they ever add the camera movement thing. Oh, look! Look at him! Did I really not see him? Goodness. Maybe motion sickness is catching up with me. I fucking can't believe this, man. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ah, you need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose.
Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened.
My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow. No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No. No, please. Pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. And possible to ignore.
Must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail.
But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. I've had some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception, but miracles will unfold before our eyes this time. So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning, spectacular Act 1. Act 1? Oh god, we just get to walk around a dead body. Cause of death. Look at Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man who was about to eat it, of course, the fork reveals the answer? Appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Oh, he's punching. Taking up arms in the form of cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain. For the end, he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But the London's foul scrap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life is claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. But personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course.
Candle wax? Poisoning from soap ingestion. Suicide or murder?
Cause of death identified. We proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Oh, this is what you meant, Act 1 too. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will record that the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man die in and die alone? The single Tico suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal would have scummed it with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. The force open now. At the time of the incident, the door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. Uh-oh. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with the acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We could take comfort only in the fact that his soul was something before I clicked it by accident. Yes, because I'm good detective, no possible perpetrator present. Very short one, but I guess that makes sense because it is technically still it's a tutorial going into this. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. My ear is itchy. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identify just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Noddle? Pray, what concerns you? No matter how hungry he was, you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so astute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary! In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. Excuse me? You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut.
And did it?
As I rid in anger on the floor and split the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. Experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It's an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did.
There's something that troubles me as well, actually.
What's that?
Miss Natsume,
Oh!
I can help noticing him shuddering, quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow.
Nonsense! Oh, it's clenched teeth episode in loss?
I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deduction may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observation deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. It's tempting to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Right then, let's see what we can do.
Let's pick out the keywords of Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place.
In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise for Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Before I continue, I should probably go get some hot water. Just for my throat. I wanted to wait like at least like an hour or two until I'm like pretty deep in the story, but my throat is drying the fuck up, so I should probably quickly get the water. So just a very quick break, I think. Ah shit! Don't do that. Okay, this is the same thing anyways. I'm going to run off and quickly get water, alright? So guys, also get your hydrations as well. And then we'll immediately continue. Sorry for the sudden pause. Hold on, let me at least put it on. But stop playing! Ah! Okay. Quick 5-minute break, okay? Okay. I'll be right back, guys.
another case of me saying a 5-minute break and the water never taking 5 minutes to actually boil. Well, I guess you could say that it is my fault technically because I fill up the kettle like all the way rather than just like boiling what I need or use, which isn't a lot of water. But guys, I can't help it. When I see some of the what is it called? What is it called? The water that we have in the kitchen. Once the water in the kettle like settles, we pour it in there. And I saw that it was like kind of empty, so I always fill it up. I didn't even get to check if I poured enough water in here. Oh, it's good enough. I made coffee while I waited. Put the water to boil. Okay. Okay. Soap. Correction. You can't deny that a fork implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something.
Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks.
And, of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate.
But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap?
Oh, he didn't eat this. Well, we're going to, examine everything, of course. I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you?
I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop.
But then why? Why does the man have a fork in his hand?
Oh dear. I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruto, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used his fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Shorten's deduction. It's really odd to consider some other clues.
Teacup. Do you think he was drinking tea with the soap?
The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing.
How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water and it was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible.
But please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be.
Poor thing. Isn't that sad? Like, after you die, the fucking great detective of the entire country is investigating your murder. And the first thing he says is, he's a soap eater. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. The Shamsphere must have really loved the stuff.
Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruto. Look closely at the soap. You see that it will fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table.
What the? How can that be?
I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
I don't think there's anything else to really examine. Yeah, okay. Those are 3 things.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course! The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. Oh wait, this is Shams. It being the other half of the soap on the table ensured the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. That begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruto, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. I love that he has a fucking punching animation, like why? Tainted the contents of the plate. Sholm's still pushing the soap argument then.
Perhaps he suggests the man lick the soap rather than ate it?
Soap in London is that poisonous. I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. There are no signs of any food in this room at all.
Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it?
Contents of the plate is just the soap again, isn't it?
Well, you know, there's a saying in Japanese, don't you? If your food was poison, you might as well eat it, plate and all.
Well, there's an image. All I can imagine now is the victim first taking a bite of the soap and then the plate. The soap like some tofu and the plate like a giant rice cracker.
Oh dear, that sounds like a very bland combination.
It's the same. The victim didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat?
Yes, it's a real mystery, isn't it?
I've got it. He wasn't interested in eating the soap at all. It was his fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with.
Mr. Naruhodo, I really don't think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning. The gentleman had peculiar taste.
The sign has such a gentle way with words, but I know when I've been told off. Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves.
It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty.
Ah, so we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea.
My thoughts exactly.
I guess that's the only thing, isn't it?
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. Practicing poisoners is fucking wild to say, dude. It would appear that this victim drank every last drop. So, there's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup.
Conclusion revised: poison in the tea.
The cause of death identified. The same dialogue, let's continue. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far.
Yes, we can imagine that shortly after his death, Mr. Shamsfield was having a drink of tea. There'll be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mrs. Sholmes suggested.
There's more to this deduction than it seems.
Let's closely examine the scene of the crime again for some clues.
A fork again. The fork?
The fork again?
The victim just seems to be holding it so pointedly. It makes it impossible to let go of the idea that it must be involved somehow.
Well, let's hope it turns out to be a useful clue in the end.
I agree, it is kind of weird, isn't it? It's empty. It's the only cup on the table.
It appears so, yes. And when you consider those facts, Mr. Sholmes' reasoning seems highly logical.
It's always the same in these deductions. The real truth is always buried a little deeper than the great detective suggests.
Mr. Naruhodo, you seem very dubious of Mr. Sholmes all of a sudden.
How are you gripping onto the teacup? If
if you're dead. That doesn't make sense to me. Your joints would be relaxed, meaning you wouldn't... Like, I get the first case, the tutorial case with the what is it? The pen in the hand, because even if your hand is in that position, relaxed, it would still be able to hold the pen. But here, this doesn't make sense. There's no way the teacup, no way your joints would, there's no way. It's a teacup! And it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamsu was actually drinking. But if that's the case, it changes everything. Everything we deduce up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel. It's the fact that he was dining with someone, no?
Take that!
The man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. It wasn't fucking Sawteki, was it? The poor thing is gonna be... he's gonna be arrested again. Back to back? Give this man a break. At the very least, we can now say with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. You mean to say you know exactly what was in the room at the same time the victim's there? Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. No? Not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. The identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. We can try to ignore your feelings, but we can ignore the truth, Mr. Narada. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. I feel like it's the books, isn't it? Rigor mortis occurs 2 hours after death. After 12 hours, the muscles will relax. Really? So, oh wait, I forgot to take the text off screen. Sorry, I only just looked at it. I always forget to do this. Sorry, we had a 5-minute break for like... I don't know how long it's been. Like 20 minutes or something. Pointers. Wait, so if you're gripping something... Wait, really? So, if you... Eh? So that's why... Oh, okay. Wait, so... I'm trying to wrap my head around this now. Okay, this is coming from someone that hasn't been able to, like, put their hands in their fists for a really long time because I have to get my nails done for work. So only on the occasion where I choose to get short nails do I actually get to feel myself, like, curling my fist. So I'm trying to, like, wrap my head around this. So... Wait, really?
So your muscles be able to grip something. Does that still count for like your joints? Will your joints still be like in its same position? I can understand if the like the muscles are still like. I'm so confused. What's a long time no see? Yeah, long time no see. How are you? It's nice to see you again. How have you been? I started giving tips in the battle again. Yeah, I remember. Thank you, by the way, for those tips. There's a streamer who played the Revengeance game like a while ago, and I wanted to watch him play it, but then I kind of put it off for a little bit because the story was like quite what's the word? It was still quite fresh in my brain. So I started like watching their playthrough of it again, just like in the background while I was like doing some work. And I got so annoyed watching them play because they were doing fine. I haven't gotten to the bit to see how they like fight against Monsoon, but in my brain I'm like, bitch, parry, please. It's not fair that you're able to just clear through the game while I was like still before the dog trying to learn how to parry because I refused. Granted, my controller did have a drifting joystick, but like, we don't call that a debuff, right? We call that a challenge. Like in my defense, it took a while for the parry. But it's not fair! The fact that I was able to clear the dog like pretty well while I was like in god-awful like pain. And also the chick boss, they were also completely fine with. I feel like she wasn't as hard though, she was fine. Monsoon was a special fucking trauma. And thank you, I've been studying for my final exams of my medical science degree. Oh my gosh! So still studying? Or are you done with your exams now? That's quite exciting though, the final exams, but it must have been so stressful for you. I hope that's been going well. Oh my goodness. How exciting though. Assuming it's just 3 things again. Broken lock. Oh wait, no candle. It's 4 things for once. Okay, we'll go from left to right. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. Overlook these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read. The picture of Monosaur Caterpillar yearnings and a meal for Gabor. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Suzuki-san had just been to the bookshop and bought them, that's right. Now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. And Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Pile of familiar books. Oh, that's not something you'd want to see updated. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think that you're full of hot air. You should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Bother, Suzuki-san's quip and response was cleverer than my original riddle.
Oh dear, the latch is almost, most definitely broken, isn't it? The door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume according to what Mr. 𝐢𝐴 told the inspector.
He knew his short, tiny little legs had so much strength in them.
I'm not sure the length of his legs is in any way significant here.
Perhaps this says more about the poor state of the door than about Mr. Natsume's strength, actually.
Careful! If you overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lively response.
I don't know. Can this broken lock really tell us anything about who was here?
Even Mr. Shamsford didn't eat candles, it seems. Really established that he didn't eat soap either.
Oh, do you think perhaps the guest brought this candle here last night?
Even if they did, does it reveal anything about the guest's identity?
Good point. There goes my idea, snuffed out like the candle will be.
If you sigh so deeply, Mr. Naruto, you're in danger of blowing out the flame.
Yeah, it's definitely the books then.
Essentially the micro filaments actin and myosin, pronunciation may be wrong, different due to the influx of calcium ions and over a period of 12 hours. Really? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I gotta note that then. I always had such a gripe that people's what? People look like they were, well, people that have passed away would be like gripping things in the game, and it confused me so much because I feel like when you immediately relax, but maybe that's just what I've seen in films, because in films they do that a lot. Your body goes limp, right? I guess in my defense, I've never actually seen someone die in front of me. At the end of my undergraduate degree for medical science. Ah! It's been going well. I've been getting consistent high distinctions and my GPA is pretty high. Oh! That's so good! Not that, but that's still so exciting though. I need to stop drinking this. I can't help but keep drinking it. Oopsie. I tried to... what? I chose not to drink... I chose to stop drinking my coffee and then I went to go for my water and then I spilled it everywhere again. It's good to see your channel has grown. Thank you! I don't know how much time has passed since the Metal Gear. How many months has it been? Because all I remember, I was just trying to like fit in as many games as I could before I started the Great Ace Attorney. But the answer about the joints, because the muscles are unable to relax, the joints cannot relax. Oh! So your joints... okay. Linked together from a musculoskeletal viewpoint. Ah. So they're always... okay. I guess that makes sense. I'm not... I'm just... I'm looking at my hands to try and grasp this. Hold on, we're not progressing through the story until I understand biology. Human biology. Because I guess that makes sense. When I go to, I guess, relax my hands, the joints are still technically in their position. Man, okay. So I see that's why, what? If you don't get the death isn't reported within the day, it is quite detrimental to the case. Which is pretty obvious, but, you know. Wait, but that's so crazy that they can just hold on to, like, the teacup, especially if it's, like, hanging off by the side of the table. Hold on, there's a handle on my thing here. So the only thing would be, like, gravity. Gravity would be playing into it. So if the teacup had been any heavier, it probably wouldn't be in his hand. Ugh, let me change my seating. Think of it as an active versus inactive. If there's more activity, the joints and muscles are active. There's less activity, they become less active. Oh, that makes it easier to understand, yeah. I see. Damn, that's two cases now. Where the victim is like gripping onto something. I swear to God, if this is just the entirety of the game. Postmortem changes in the body are interesting. Yeah! Your gravity is an important factor. I assume so. Because if it was anything different, like, teacups are quite light. And also, the handles on teacups are very, very generous in how you grip it. At least. In comparison to what? This stupid ass mug that I have right now. I was complaining about this earlier today. we have this mug that we bought on like a sale, right? Because it's a good deal. But with my entire being, I fucking hate it because the handle on it is really annoying to hold. Like, this hurts. No matter how I try to grip with the handle on this mug, it hurts my hand and annoys me so much. I have small ass hands too, so you know this handle sucks. If someone with small hands can't even grip this properly, like, this just sucks. I'll still drink out of it because it's a mug, meaning it can hold a lot of liquid, right? We have like small cups, which is better for like, I don't know, drinking juice or something. So I prefer this, but I fucking hate the handle on it. Doesn't even insulate very well. Are you winning, son? Knowing you, sadly or not. Excuse me. Hello, Borg. I am winning. I'm just losing in my understanding of human biology, but I'm fine in everything else. I don't always need to be a winner, alright? Sometimes being flawless is too powerful. That's the previous question. The Metal Gear stream was 4 months ago. Holy shit, has it already been 4 months? Oh my god. I'm still trying to wrap my head that we're in October. And I came to the realization, like, yesterday that October ends this week. We're going to enter the second last month of the year. At the end, like, what day is it? Friday? Friday, guys. How do you feel about that information? Okay, hold on. Let me. Why is it not turning? Hold on. Is it because of my? Eh? Hold on. Oh, there you go. I don't know what was happening. No, I wanted to present this. Oh wait, no, I forgot. We can examine the things that get updated again. Okay, never mind. First glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. Overlook these 3 books initially. They're the same though. The text is the same, but I can't skip it. I mean, they do get updated, but guys, we've already, guys.
Okay, you know, we'll just present it, it's fine. I feel bad for Natsume. Text, please. Dialogue, please. Wait, so are we gonna have to defend fucking Soseki again? I was kind of hoping we'd get someone new, but I guess I'm happier that we got to see this character again because they were featured in the last game. They were teased, but they never appeared again outside of the logins. You'd think like this case that we had here would have been in the previous game though, but they didn't do that. The storyline of this game is weird. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these three titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Oh, they got about to double whammy on the boy. Soseki-san! Mrs. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at the second-hand bookshop. That's just coincidence! In that case, you'll be able to bring the same three titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. Oh. No! Never! Non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these three books are in fact yours. What is it? Having purchased books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you're arrested the very next day. You could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these three books here to the victim's room. Look at him, look at the blue. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. The way his head just fell. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. On the same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Conclusion revised for Soseki Natsume at the scene. That didn't really answer the question of suicidal murder though. But alas. Sorry. Wait, he also has blocked windows. Oh, because he's underneath Soseki, you know? Meaning they both have the same side of like the blocked up windows. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, these lodgings suck. The Garadabs are very bad business here. Not again! Not again! Not again! Not again! Oh no, I forgot Gregson was here with us too. Oh no. Hope you're doing well, not dying too much. I was surviving, alright. I feel like I'm still kind of like recovering from my motion sickness. At least like the medication I had to take to survive my motion sickness. Because I didn't actually experience any, which is fantastic, but I'm like feeling very tired from the trip. Because this little bunny went up into the city, and for those that don't know, I have to commute like an hour and a half-ish. An hour and a half on average. An hour on a good day. But it's never a good day. Public transport in Australia sucks. But yeah, I had to go up to the city for a couple of hours, so. And I only got home like 30 minutes before stream started. I'm only starting to feel my body like settle back down. So I'm hoping I don't
I don't actually pass out in the middle of stream. I don't think I will. I think I'll be fine. But I was yawning a lot earlier. It was weird. Metal Gear stream was 4 months ago? You lie, I know! That's what I'm saying! This doesn't feel right for me either! You should play, Metal Gear Solid 1 to 3 one day. I think you'll enjoy, 2. It features Ryder before you became a cyborg. I do want to! Not gonna lie, when I first started playing Metal Gear, like, Revengeance, I was just kind of doing it because I've always wanted to just play it because I'd watch the Maxor video, because there's two types of people that know Metal Gear fans or people that watch the Maxor video, you know? So, I just wanted to play it to see if it was even real, like the contents of it. But now, after actually playing through the game, I'm like weirdly invested in the story now. That's kind of like half thanks to to you guys, to chat. I kept hearing a lot of things about it, and then that interested me. So maybe one day in the future, but I'll have to wait for a sale, and not only a sale, to see if I do have like the budget to buy it. Because I've been trying to hold back on buying too many games, and I am trying to just go through my own Steam library. But I definitely want to one day. I may find myself going through the Metal Gear, like, rabbit hole. Who knows, maybe after Ace Attorney, I need to hyperfixate on another series. Hi Apollo! Oh my goodness! How are you? It's been so long! And so hi Leon as well! How are you guys today? Leaving his DNA on the jar now. When is Sholmes not doing his funny little business? Speaking of, you missed a bit at the start before we. By the way, okay, for those that just tuned in, this is a flashback. This is a flashback to a case. So it's February. This case that we're trying to investigate at the moment is in February. The game started in August? 6 months, right? August. Yeah. And in August we found that what Herlock Sholmes is keeping a secret, as he would. There's a lot that we don't know. You think Resolve would start with trying to unravel like the cliffhanger that we had at the end of Adventures. We just got more questions. So I guess we'll see what's going on. I'm gonna be annoyed if we don't get a lot of answers, but I'm just happy that this dead guy, for those that did like glimpse him back in Adventures, I'm glad he's appeared again. Like that's just one mystery solved from the last game. He's dead. That's the mystery. Oopsie. Can the game stop clicking on itself? Thank you. Let them cook. They don't cook. Iris is the one supposed to be cooking. She's the one that has to make dinner for everyone. Make food for everyone. I'm not letting these bitches cook. PC's here and working! Yay! I assume you assembled everything. Nice! Oh! Well, that's left is the GPU, but... Yippee! Basically, new PC. Full new setup. We try not getting sick. I do that on the average, excuse you. What I can't deal with is the motion sickness. Any other sickness, fine. Motion sickness, no. Can you fix my ear canals? Like, that's the only way. That's the only way that I'll be able to like not deal with motion sickness. Never worked it soon. Only trying to say hi to you guys. Take care, Leon. Good luck through your work day. Go get my Sargy belly. Remember to take breaks, Penta. Remember not to binge for too long, but have fun. The motherfucker nearly died too on this. No, you say that. Yeah. You don't have any right to say that to me, sir. You're bedridden for like days now. Fix yourself before you tell me to skill issue on my fucking sickness. Maybe the references in Revengeance, I'm assuming you're saying, will become clearer after the first games. I wonder if maybe I told myself to watch the Maxor video after finishing Revengeance, but I never did that. Not gonna lie, just the average Maxor video like hurts my eyes. It's really funny to watch, but I have to like make sure I'm not like what? It's not like 4 AM in the morning for me, where my eyes will like go cross-eyed and crazy. Maybe I'll watch it again after I play through the entirety of the Metal Gear Solid games. Because Miyuu here will probably not remember anything in Revengeance unless I watch like another person's playthrough. I might just do that. Maybe watch a different person playthrough after I finish all of the Metal Gear games. Like the Sears program. Yeah, a lot of it was quite confused. Like to be fair, I don't know anything. the game is quite literally just a sequel. There were so many little things that I couldn't really. Well, I tried to grasp, right? But the game won't give you context about that because it's in reference to like the old games. So the stupid farm game would take my soul. I think it's already has if you binged so many hours for like the first 3 days before. You got this! Make a lot of money! Get a full on moved houses. Oh my god! They've yet to finish updates. No, you're fine. What? Moving houses is a lot of work. I can understand why you've been so busy. We'll be good, man. Whenever you're settled and ready to work on it again. We look forward to the updates. First and foremost, put yourself first. I'm sure you must be very tired from all the moving. I've never moved houses before, so I always wonder what it's like. Because I always hear that it's just a lot of work. I understand the need to hyperfixate. Autism is real. If I don't have something to hyperfixate on, I will just become soulless. Like, I just need something to grip onto, and then I'll have a sense of myself. I was revising that before the stream. What the Jesus Christ, the coincidence. Do need to go through it again. That timing though. Popping back into the stream, what? After a really long time. And it's the one stream where I am like dealing with my effects of motion sickness. I'll fix your ears for you. It's just a side effects of doing a lobotomy at the same time. So. No! I thought we moved past that. Probably the same stuff that's aiming for my life. I've been stuck at the hospital beds for weeks before. Oh, don't say that! But you are fine now, right? Well, especially if paperwork is like dragging you by like the ankles. Anyways. My house is a pain, I don't recommend it. Yeah, or it's just here, it's so busy. It takes up so much of like your time. Which is annoying because, you know, most working adults can't really like fit that into their schedule. Like, it honestly sounds like a nightmare. I invited to join my school band, so now I get an elect. Congrats! Would you like a lobotomy? The only lobotomy that I want is actually, no. I don't want that one either. I was gonna make a Project Moon joke, but maybe let's not do that. It's fine. Let's not do that, let's not do that. You said unless you possibly record some tracks for Broken Record. Oh, that'd be such a good addition, yeah. You have some other use for it, not just for the band. That's so exciting though. Explain it as I conduct the procedure. Exactly at which point of the procedure will you start explaining it? Because I don't know if I'm gonna be there. By the time I've been lobotomized, I don't know if I'll be able to hear it. Oh yes, this is the point where I will remove your brain. What? Joke. Yes, I was gonna make a joke about Lobotomy Corporation. For those that don't know that game, it's a game by Project Moon. But I just had like a CG flashback to the green, the brain and the green goop. That's all you need to know. Because by that point, that's technically spoilers. But let's not talk about lobotomy today, guys. We're in the middle of investigating a case where a man might be... Well, actually, the inspector's right there. I think he is just gonna arrest him. Poor Soseki-san. Shit, actually. I feel like Soseki probably wouldn't mind a lobotomy right now. The poor thing has been, what? Bad luck after bad luck? If he gets arrested now as a possible, like, a culprit, at this point, the poor guy probably just wants to be out. Just straight out. Oh no. Look, it's it's also his old profile. So his profile back in the last case was different to this. Actually, most of these are still technically, what, the same from the first game? I think? Why does it feel different though? I think it's because these are the main characters are so rendered with their thin lines, and then all of like the side characters. This is the first time we see this guy's portrait. We only ever saw him, like, in a scene. William Shamspeare, 31, the victim of the current case, a failed actor renting a room in the same building as Mr. Natsume's lodgings. I'm kind of happy I don't have to voice him. I don't think I'd be capable of it. But you're gonna have to company down to the yard again. Greg said, "Nay! Hold your horses!" Yes.
Door! Key! Locked! Entry! Exit! Entirely impossible! He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. You can't construct a sentence for a guy that only studies English. What? You think I have an alibi? You could just have made a copy. What? Live in the same building after all. You'd have been plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me! Seriously, sir, you get your chance to give yours out a story later. Facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You're horrible. Like Sholmes. Norsuke kind of helped him, though. Really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Yes, Gregson, please fuck off. I can't do your voice. I consider missing that old Esquire. Oh, I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent. All right, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me! Oh, you're mentioning Wagahai. I thought Wagahai just found himself with us, but maybe we'll actually get to see Soseki give the cat to us. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in the case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. That's what I say. Ryunosuke actually helped with the deduction thing. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Oh, and of course... What?
Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare.
Ah, Mr. John Garrideb, yes.
I suspect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual.
Right, we must remember to go to talk to him later then. Right, now we can fully examine. We just have a dead body here, but guys, don't worry about it, just don't look. Every time I see PM, I think of Anthony Albanese. Ah, yes, the Prime Minister. Anytime, what? I mean, technically, what? If you say Project Moon, it's more PG, not G, J. PJM? That's how people would refer to them. So PM to me is either, what? Referring to the time? And something else that quite literally just slipped my mind. I never think of Prime Minister when I see PM. Once the orbital class makes contact with the narrow too many big words! Please, don't lobotomize! No, take care of Soseki, he's in your hands. Can you please do it after we've talked with him, though? We need to at least hear a statement before everything else. To read Phoenix's submission. Oh yeah, I remember Phoenix mentioned, what's the word? Making some suggestions before. Those are slightly inspired by Eugene Chantler? A French literary scholar who committed the murder of his wife via drug overdosing her. The real life inspiration behind Sherlock Holmes. Oh, really? So, reminder to y'all, I've never actually caught. Hold on. Let me search this up first. I've never read or watched anything about Sherlock Holmes. Which is quite detrimental to me, playing a game that it quite literally memes the man and makes like a a big like twist on a lot of the characters featured in the tales. Hold on. Wife and former people. Oh my god. I feel like I should have like read some things about Sherlock Holmes before playing the game, but I only really care about Ace Attorney as well. I get the Great Ace Attorney. The point of me playing through most Ace Attorney games was to get to the Great Ace Attorney. So my only real interest was to see how the game would go. But I didn't realize how much of it was like I knew I knew Sherlock Holmes was like a character, but I didn't realize a lot of the stories was like, well, a lot of the characters' features as well. Was parried off him. Great. Hold on. My Google is like bright light mode and my eyes are hurting. Guys. Forensic science. Because I know if it's okay, forensic science should be Wilson? John H. Wilson? Wait, no. If it's Wilson, then wait, then Iris is a thing. I feel like I need to get like the entire list of like the Great Ace Attorney like characters up, but I can't do that because it'll be spoilers. It was really hard trying to avoid Great Ace Attorney spoilers. Like I don't think you guys understand how little of the first game actually covered the amount of characters supposedly featured in the Great Ace Attorney. There's a lot. Like even though what seems to be like the first two cases right now for this game has mainly featured like only old characters. So like in the last case, the last case only featured two new characters. One of them being Susato's best friend, like her classmate friend, and the other one was like the guy that committed the murder, which we hadn't met before, and it feels like we might meet him again. I have a bad feeling. Or at least he'll be referenced again later. Because he was saying some ominous shit. I say this because I noticed it said Soseki was a scholar of sorts. Unfortunately, he's a very timid man. So, hold on. A Japanese scholar sent to London to further his research into the English language. He's been acquitted for a very serious crime, but now finds himself accused of another. So he was featured in the last game, the fourth case, where he's just a dude. He's just a dude that found himself caught up in the mess. And now he's quite literally caught up in it again, but we don't have any details other than the fact that we knew that he was here at the crime scene before the victim died, but that's literally it. He may have been here, but he might have not committed the crime. At least I don't think he did. We know that in the last case, because he was featured in that one. That was him in the future, like 6 months after. Meaning he hasn't gone to jail, meaning he is, like, we know that he's in Japan, like he's alive. We just have to see, we have to watch watch and see what happens, I guess. I feel like Soseki is the type, now that he's got his fame back in Japan, he might do something. It's just his luck is really bad in Great Britain. He's like me for real. It's some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances?
Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruto, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day.
I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge.
Oh, well, if that would help you achieve your goal.
This I have to see. Susato with a beard? Susato with a beard? There's a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall.
Gas lights, a gas stove, Glen really is a city of gas.
Now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. 𝐢𝐴 had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they?
Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there.
Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. So much cozier. Here we have another disproportionately large machine. This was like a meter of some kind. Isn't this the exact same one that Soseki had? It shouldn't be different.
There's a gas meter, I think. Seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins.
I see. Now you pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here?
That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating.
So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold?
Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank.
Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Going to investigate the body last. 𝐢𝐴 is also a Holmes reference to the story. The 3 𝐢𝐴s. Story where Holmes becomes very emotional at the prospect of losing Dr. Watson. Oh, really? Really have 2 𝐢𝐴s in here. So, we have, what? So the guy that was mentioned here, what's his name, John? I already forgot. I'm sorry, sir. He was also mentioned in the 4th case of the last game. Him and his wife, but his wife, if I remember correctly, is playing the role of a maid. And for some reason, they're keeping that as a secret. Or trying to keep that as a secret, but Inosuke isn't really doing much to try and keep it as a secret. I wonder if it's gonna be changed. We'll see. We'll see when we go up. I'm pretty sure it should still be the same since, what? This is 4 days from the last 3 days. 3 days in the last case. It's only been literally yesterday that the trial finished from the case on the last game. I'm trying to word it properly so that it makes sense, but it's not working. Waiters! Yeah, I get to meet the 𝐢𝐴s soon, once we finish examining here.
As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. Vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay.
The strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property, it's extraordinary.
It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block out their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax.
Sunlight is expensive.
Oh,
what is it, Mrs. Susato?
If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose.
Oh! What? How is there soap there if there was a... Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shampsy who did it, I wonder? Being the lodger renting this room.
Oh, look at this, Mr. Naruto. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it.
What? Outside? Oh, just off the ledge. Why does it look like it's in the brick though? That was a bad sense of depth. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim shady goings on.
This looks like a king's attire.
A king? Always dreamt of being a king.
Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord.
a daimyo or such. A daimyo? With a shon mage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a shon... How do you pronounce that? Hold on. If I get the translate up. Fuck. Chonmage. Get. A chonmage.
You look wonderful with one. You already have the sword.
Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? Oh yeah, true. The only person that we saw with a chonmage was fucking... Sorry, I forgot his name because I labeled him as an asshole in my head. Sorry. The fucking prosecutor of the last case. You know what? We don't need to remember his name. I'm pretty sure he's retired now.
There's not much on these shelves, is there? It's just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked.
Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter?
Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all.
Prosecutor Lord Van Zykes?
Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses, I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy.
You can suggest that next time we meet. Oh god, we're gonna meet soon, aren't we? Oh?
What's this?
It looks like part of an envelope, I think.
Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off and the letter was open.
I thought it was a shard of glass, I'll be honest. Is that significant? It wouldn't make any sense for there to be a shard of glass in here, would there? There is no window.
Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there?
Ah, she's right.
And yet here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual.
I agree. We better take this just in case. Torn off end of envelope. Ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Well, that's definitely gonna come back, maybe bite us in the ass. More often than not, you think that'd be a trump card, but it doesn't usually turn out that nicely sometimes. That's the body. Okay, let's do... Hold on.
It's so cold outside, you can feel it through this gap.
Did it snow? It did snow all last night. It would be cold. More importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps?
It's more bars of soap.
Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window?
I have no idea. But the pair of them looked rather charming like that.
Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. Perhaps we should take one. There are two after all.
Oh dear. I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap.
Ah.
Do you see it? In the middle there. There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but...
Some sort of fancy design, I suppose? Only a grey rim.
Looks like the Hinomaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful! It's probably a very expensive brand.
Expensive? What's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Bar of soap. A cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shamsphere's window. It's one of the two that were found there. Can you see? Oh, it's underneath.
This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it?
Just the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special.
I quite like it. Reminds me of the Hinomaru flag.
Fuck.
Design of the Japanese flag. I expect this is a rather expensive soap.
It doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. What could this be? It looks pretty thin. If you look at the gap here, it's pretty thin. But it's quite translucent. So like, what is it? What's orange and translucent? Nothing is really coming. Like when I saw it in the little image there, I thought it was like a stamp, like wax. Like a stamp thing. A wax stamp. But no, this is like flat inside the soap. Like this was pushed into the soap. What is this? Oh, I forgot to examine this. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they?
Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. Judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed.
Susato. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo, never!
I can't see anything inside. I love that she says unrefined temperament. People, anyone here that like actually has like a letter opener or chooses to like rip the envelopes, we usually rip them here. Wait, we have the street map. When were we given this? This would have been from the last case. Yeah, the book receipt too. Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I can examine the body now.
Oh, the poor man. So young to die. You suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was?
I don't know. What we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder... Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese prayer will help the British soul?
Sorry?
I made sure I had a reference at the ready for such an occasion as this, actually. This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now. One moment.
There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? It's a long one. Wait, that's it for the body? I thought there'd be more. Oh, I'd be fucking damned. Wait, I think that's it for the room then, though. The only thing that we really picked up was the envelope and the soap. Oh, that's such horrible things to have. Oh! Oh, we can go to Briar Road. Or the prison, huh? We'll go to the Gyarados. We'll go to the Gyarados. Do we follow the line, okay? Because we're still in the same house, so technically we should just, what? Do the Gyarados, then go to Briar Road, and then go to the prison. That's the correct way, no? Oh, we can go back to the hospital. What the fuck? She's probably not there anymore, no? My electric guitar, should I get a Stratocaster? Let's put some other kind. I'm not familiar with any of those words. A lesser pole? Is it a type of electric guitar that you're stating? Oh no, I'm gonna search it up. Les Paul guitar. Oh, okay. I see the difference. I don't know the names of them at all. Well, unfortunately, I know nothing about guitars, so I can't I can't say anything. In terms of appearance, I think a Les Paul guitar looks cooler. If that says anything. What's the difference between the two though? Oh man, I wish I was more musically knowledgeable about this. Use of this versatility has been used in a wide range of music genres. More versatile. They're all saying they're versatile. Wait, what's the difference? What makes Stratocaster special? Vibrations amplifier. Oh, I wish I understood any of this. Modern Telecaster. What does the Telecaster one look like? Ah, this one. Yeah, they're types. Looks, the form of the body, what functions they have, overall quality. Ah. So would it be like for some reason this is like my first like comparison, like analogy. Like, you know how there's like different types of bows? But I feel like when I think about the different types of bows, it's more like skill, I guess. The skill required to use some bows. Like there's some beginner bows that anyone can like start to use, but then there's some like more complicated ones and a lot of old like styled ones that are a bit more difficult to use. Yeah, I'm assuming it depends. Generally higher quality were designed for mass production. Ah, because it sounds like at first glance I was like that it sounded like different brands, but that's not the case if they have like different qualities to them. Because I keep seeing what the Google people also ask, like which is better? Like, is this? Can you play this with like? Can a beginner use this? So I'm assuming it's just it depends on like the player's like skill, their level of skill, and then at the end of the day, it depends. So wait, have you ever played any of these like guitars or like before? Like, are you familiar with which one that you know of? There's so many guitars, my eyes are like going swirly. Anytime I think of guitars, I don't know if you guys seen. There was like a video of this guy that made like a guitar out of like the wooden pencils, like the base of the guitar out of just like straight wooden pencils, and then they rigged it up to be playable. You guys seen that? Pencil guitar. I don't know what to search up. I remember this was from like ages ago. I'm sure that's like a lot of people have done a lot of these now. Yeah, this one. I built a guitar out of 1,200 colored pencils, and it's like Crayola colored pencils. You guys should watch it. It's actually really cool. This is me liking. I like watching woodwork stuff though. I think it's fun. I thought the color pencil was really cool. You get like an interesting design from it. Speaking of, like, I know, what is it called? Like, what is just the average guitar called? Just classic guitar. Excuse me. Like, the material that you would use for that kind of guitar, the sounds that reverberate from it is probably different from like what materials used, right? Or like maybe not like a massive difference, but I assume like some like wood types or whatnot would sound different. Is the same for an electric guitar? Or does the material of like, other than like, you know, the best quality material that you'd use for a guitar, does it ultimately change anything? I'm asking a lot of questions for someone that's sidetracking. Oh, what guitar should I buy? Okay, but how does a guitar work? that's how I sidetrack whenever I get asked this fucking question. This is an average miyuu moment. I never played on a Stratocaster. Is the Stratocaster the one? What did you say? Les Pauls are more quality. Stratocasters are the ones that get made the most. Well, I feel like, well, assuming this is going to be the first like electric guitar you own, personally, like, this isn't just like me knowing anything about guitars, it's more like how I go about buying my things. I just go with what I know. So as your first ever thing, right? For example, like when I first bought my keyboard, like, I feel like I always find myself talking about my keyboard. When I first bought my keyboard, I went for something really basic. So I wasn't really thinking about like the design or whatnot, and how like exactly what kind of switch type that I want, or like what kind of like keycaps that I wanted, or like what the build of my keyboard is, how many keys that I want on my keyboard. I just went for the most basic one first, so that I had like a reference, rather than going straight for like high quality if it's too much money. I mean, if you can get a good deal for a one that is good quality, I say go for it. At the end of the day, you know what? Fuck everything I said. If you can get a cheap deal, go for it. In this economy, just get what you can. It's like the worst advice you can give, but as someone someone with a frugal mindset, I can't help but be like, the price tag. Okay, goodbye, Google search guitars. Put you away. Order materials affect things like weight and durability, and the materials for strings affect their ability to stay in tune. Oh, but then like the actual sound of like electric guitars will just ultimately depend on like what the output. So most of the materials is more for like the overall like longevity and quality, rather than like the quality of the tune produced. I'm really planning to buy more guitars. It's probably going to be done and dusted electric guitar for the rest of my life. Ah, so you really gotta think. Well, if it's that kind of mindset, my brain would go straight for quality. But rarely do I find myself in that position. I always try and make an excuse for myself to get something new. Well, reasonably anyways. It's not good to own too much stuff as someone that is like a really bad hoarder. Hold on, let me adjust my seat. Guys, I have a clean room. Don't worry, but I'm also a really bad hoarder, meaning all of my shelves, every single bit of my shelf is like covered, right? There's no empty air space. You should see the state of like my the bottom shelves of my I forgot what it's called. English is my first language. Of like my cabinet, I guess. It's not called a cabinet, but that's the only one that came to mind. It's filled to the max. Like there's books stacked on top of another books, stacked up on top of what, like I guess like pencil cases and like other storage little things, and then like another like files, like you know those thin plastic files which have stuff in them as well, which also get slotted in somehow. It like I'm made sure to maximize my Tetris skills to make it so that anything that I need from there is all at the front but can still all be fitted in properly and still be accessible. But the good thing is that I don't really need anything from there half the time. it's really bad. Now look at how Bocce has. Bocce the Rock. Like 17k? How much are Katars normally? Shouldn't they be like under... What? No, 400? 300? I don't know what the economy is like with the what inflation has done to guitars. 17k? I get maybe like 5k. Like, that's where it's like, okay, that's really branded. 17k is wild. Only Bocce. Only Bocce. Oh, I forgot to read the thing. Oopsie. No, I just wanted to click back into the game. Oh no, it's just 𝐲𝐼𝐴's room. I thought it would show us the time. But I'm assuming that we're just running around the place then. Until we unlock new things. Oh, hold on. I forgot to read 𝐢𝐼𝐴's line. Here we are again. Eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. 𝐲𝐼𝐴's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Oh, there he is! Where's his wine? You chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. 𝐲𝐼𝐴 as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all the business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more Bailey nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. 𝐲𝐼𝐴. I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? It was? Oh my god, he's standing! Well, I guess that makes sense because we just saw him like on the... Oh, it's still broken over here. Okay, I guess you guys didn't have time to clean up. Point is, I guess it's different now. He was always in his wheelchair when we were investigating here. The only time he wasn't in his wheelchair was in court, actually, in the Old Bailey. Oh, copy of Randus magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful? Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. Having met the chapter, it's undeniable. It's most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous. That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Sato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories.
Make no mistake, Mr. Naruto, I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally.
Trying to see where Mr. Shom's untainted reputation comes from now. How would you say? Committed fans. The single apron drawing on that enormous cannon-shaped clothes horse. Look.
No, Mr. Naruto, that's a real cannon.
I knew that. I was just testing you. What's the history of that is? See plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I are just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, it should come in handy if the enemy decide to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? That'd be concerning if we got to hear a cannon noise suddenly from the fucking streets of Briar Road.
That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garrett?
Well, ceremonial garb, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. I'm in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you wanted it.
Well, it might suit Lord Van Zykes, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs.
Very tactful, Mrs. Otto. Very tactful indeed. Ah yes, those enormous mortar shells. Quite something seeing them up close, isn't it?
Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garrett?
Oh, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing firing your own men? The captain bellowed at me. Not surprised, the little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Oh, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private. Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display.
Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments?
I don't know why. It's like a super high quality, low quantity custom model ebony color Les Paul with an inbuilt whammy with gold accents on the body. Made with real gold. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. That'll explain it. I kind of get like everything else until you said real gold, and then it just all kind of clicked into place. Ah, I see. Wait, I'm curious now. What does it look like? Bocce guitar. Oh shit! Oh my god! Real gold! Real gold! Oh my god. Hey, it's kind of pretty. Like, I can see it. It's actually really pretty. I get it. I get it. Hold on. Can I get it on screen? Hold on. There's like a photo of it, and then I went to click the link, and the photo's not there anymore. It's weird. Coolio's? Thanks. Website? Its retail price was 128,000 Japanese yen. So it's been marked up since last year. It came out last year in 2023. inflation. The fucking wait, how many were made? Or at least how many people bought it? Oh my god. That's a pretty one. Oh my god, look at. Bocce edition. 2,700 euro. Oh my god. Oh my god. It was on eBay though. I don't know if you want to do that on eBay. Could you chip in? If you buy me the guitar, I will do literally nothing. No, if I'm gonna buy a limited edition fucking guitar, you better play some fucking bangers on it, bro. What? You'll be like the hold on. You know how like the kings have like their little jester that like do little acts for them, like my fucking personal little bard. Anyone that plays with this guitar has to be a little like personal bard for the entire day. The hell no, brother. Okay. Wait, so it was featured in the anime, wasn't it? And then she plays it. Where she bought the Les Paul guitar. Or she gets the Les Paul guitar. Ace. Broken Record reaches 1,000 players. Nah, you gotta make it go higher than that, bro. Broken Record's definitely gonna get a bunch more players. You gotta reach higher. And then I'll consider. Nah. That's such a pretty guitar, so like even the cars are like, alright, bet. Buy the guitar. Okay, maybe not 10k plus like months, right? Maybe at that point that guitar isn't even playable. That's just a collectible. Like a paying 5k at like max, I would be like, okay, yeah, that would be worth it because the guitar is really pretty. Not just pretty, I can't imagine how nice it sounds. The $6,000 and Bocce the Rock's guitar. Is it worth it? There's a YouTube video about it. Oopsie. And so Bocce's dad had it just lying around. Is that what happened? It was just lying around like that? Just a 5k guitar? Crazy. I mean, unless was Bocce well off? If not, it's even funnier to think that some guy just like spent like half of his life savings on the guitar and just left it there. 10,000 players for the guitar. Give me a number. Either... Wait, that is 10,000, right? I did read that correctly. I'm reading from far away, yeah. 4 zeros. 50,000. I think you could either hit 50,000 or 100k, man. 50k and the guitar is yours. Good to see Mr. Gyarados' Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall. Inscription reads, "For distinguished participation, if you remember." Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that. Wouldn't know it to look at me now, perhaps, but at my devil-may-care days, you know? Devil-may-care? What'd you get up to? I will not disclose. All in the past now, of course. Best left there. Best not! Want to know now? You can't just say that, sir. You're very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Gyarados. That old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs.
Oh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong.
Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I let him off the month's rent in return. Oh, I see. So you did, presumably? Probably well, I did not.
Oh.
Portrait is a portrait, where rent is rent. Hey? Yet it's still there proudly on the wall. I thought we were going to talk about the lion again. But I guess that's only in the last case. You know what that screen is hiding now? The aftermath of a fiery altercation the other day. I suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now. Oh shit, I forgot your wife is... Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot your wife is probably locked up right now. Or at least she's going through some proceedings, not proceedings. I'm sorry, sir. I was like, where's your wife? Where, I feel like you would have been paid, we would meet, but no. No. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you.
He's lost his wife and a maid. I say people talk about twisted fates and whatnot. What is it? But this is a twist and a half. Rotten show all around. He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. There's good view over the wintry east end from up here. It's an impressively grey scene. There's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Row, partly blanketed in snow.
Pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife.
Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sometimes Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it?
I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an English man would feel on arriving in Japan and seeing people with,
Shomage top knot. Well, that's a good point. Fucking aftermath of everything. 50,000 close. This might take a while. The production maybe, but I feel like once you start teasing everything, everyone will come. Trust me, man. I know you've got this. Broken Record, it's that interesting. Trust me, trust me. Maybe I should have said higher. Fuck. Is it too late to change the number? It's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there.
I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well.
Yeah, that's quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all. Really? Since it all happened, time's rather stood still. Oh. Time has stood still. Oh, that's an interesting phrase. Might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. Wait, the text is moving by itself again.
You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruhodo.
These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast. Reminds me of the Battle of Mai 1, don't you know? Ah, the experiences of a seasoned veteran. The enemy had us surrounded on all sides. Really thought we were done for, the whole ballet company. They grew up pounding from their cannons, so all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going a different direction, actually. Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. Ugh, that's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. Yeah, I'm just getting used to absolutely destroyed. You fucked in the ass if you would. That is the average Ace Attorney pipeline. We'll finally talk to him now. This morning's incident must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Oh well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down, knocked on his door, but no belly answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door.
Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour.
That's very true, Mr. Naruto. 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior. I'd have to kick your door down every morning.
Well, you know, better be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
Mr. Shakespeare. Victim's name is Mr. Shakespeare, I believe, is that right? I forgot once again to try and hook up my controller! Like, I can feel my hand getting, like, sore, just holding it out in front of my keyboard in, like, the same position. Like, it's cramping. Should we do it now? Let's do it now. Oh, I have to disconnect my Joy-Con. Oh, I think it's connected to my yeah, it's connected to my... No! It connected immediately to my Switch. Let me turn off my Switch, maybe. That'll do it! Okay. I'd have to restart Ace Attorney, though, for it to work. Let's see if I can just Bluetooth it. Can I play it with one joy? No, it doesn't work like that. Not nice enough to do that for me, anyways. Guys, I never actually bought myself a new PS5 controller. Like, I still have my drifting one. Reduce, reuse, recycle. Please connect. Troubleshoot! Shut up! Ah! Fuck, okay. No wonder I didn't try to go through this whole ordeal before. My wireless controller is picking up. I don't even know if my PS5 controller is charged. Oh my god, it's not connecting. How did I connect you before? Am I holding the incorrect button? Maybe I am. Hold on. How to connect a Joy-Con? Hold down the pairing on your Joy-Con. The LED flashes up on the side. I am clicking it though. Please, I can't hold it on for any longer. My nails hurt. Excuse me. Connect. Oh! Wait, it says connected, but the controller doesn't say it's connected. Excuse me. Oh! Hold on. Number two, number two, number two, number two. Yes? Official layout for the Grey Ace Attorney. There shouldn't be any though. It's working on Steam, but I don't think unknown controller support. Don't worry, we'll make it work. We have Steam input. Can I use it? Oh my god, it's working! Guys! Oh my god, I didn't have to close the game. Oh, Steam input works fast. I can press my hand now! I can play sitting back! Guys! I can play sitting- No, I have to voice act still. Ah! Ah! Sorry. I can put- I don't have to keep my arm up now. Oh, wait, I still need- Actually, you know what, it's fine. We'll just hold the Joy-Cons. Wait, but it says- Hold on. Is this- Okay, it says X for history. RB for court record. A for exam. So it's not reversed. It follows it shows what? Those are the Xbox controls. Okay, so if I go into court record supposedly, right? This works, and then I can use this one too. Alright, so, okay, if you go to examine something. Oh, this is so much easier! Oh! 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 Also, did you see my guillotine? This is how I'd usually have to examine an item. Goodbye, Giratina! Wait, no, I kind of miss you. Keep you on the screen. You stay there. Alright. I don't know why I didn't do this. I could have done this for so fucking long and I chose willingly not to because I got lazy. Pass me, you sucks. He's an idiot. To the ground floor room 3 months ago. And how would you describe him? No word. The student. The student. Hey, sorry. Let's face it, the redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a belly screw loose. So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Oh wait, no, don't say that. Naruto, that's a little rude. Was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. But a few blows of the old bard myself, you know? Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Romeo and Hamlet? That one's different. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Saul in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It's incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Saul, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There was a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course. Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shakespeare would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that.
Isn't that Naruto? Really, how rude.
Making a game as complex? Generally can take 10 years for some projects. That's the unfortunate reality, however. But when you think of like small little indie games, at best you can still at least make something that, what, pretty decent games in like 2 years minimum. But that'd have to be like the only thing that you work on for the entirety of the 2 years though. Alone, no less. But if Concerned Ape can like cook up Stardew Valley, like, you know. Granted the gameplay is different for Stardew Valley, but you know what I mean. Indie game. Concept develop my skills for 3 years. Once I graduate school, I'll be giving myself a year to make a demo. Look at you planning. Kickstarter or so where they continue development. Yeah, I say you'll know once what? What's the word? Like when you start working on it, you get a better understanding of like how far you'll be able to like get through it. Because it is a lot of work making a game. Like the few studies that I've had with game design, it is a lot of work. There's so much terminology that I can't remember anymore. But it was very interesting to learn about. Welcome back, Penta! How is it going in Stardew? Am I short update 9 to just a kit, no law, so I can get to 10? Which probably help a lot of people get into BR. The kits are a lot easier now. Since you've made so many kits so far. There's a sorts intro recap update. Ooh. That would be a lot easier. Oh, no lore though. I'm okay with waiting. Always gotta wait for the food. Always gotta wait for the cook. Cooking takes a while. Let it marinate. Stardew, can't complete my community bundles in first year because of stupid green bee. Yeah, like once you gotta make sure that you're like locked in by the first spring if you want to make sure you get everything. In my first playthrough, I wasn't able to finish my community bundles. When I was playing with my friend though, it was a lot easier because, you know, it is two people. 2 people running about, so your chances of getting things was you could complete in the year. A lot of it was kind of gambling though. Gambling to see if I could buy it from the lady. That lady that comes on the weekends. Was it the weekends? You know the traveling merchant lady? Sometimes she sells things. Like I remember, like I couldn't go to the desert yet, so I just bought a sandfish. Which is very stupid, but whatever. A lot of it was just buying shit, even though you didn't really need to, you could just wait for it, but I got impatient. I just wanted to finish the community bundles. Or you could go the JoJo route, like... Not many people do that though. I wanted to- actually, the reason why I want to play Stardew again is because I want to try the JoJo route. I've never done that before. I've never heard about it, I never watched anyone else play through it. But I've always wanted to try and play through it and see. Actually, no. Did I actually watch someone play through the JoJo route? I think so. I don't remember them ever seeing the cinema. Anyways, point is, if I ever play Stardew, go through the JoJo route. Yesterday's event.
After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, no, it must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. I feel like the chap was out at that time. Did Garrett have noticed that there was no light from his room or something, I suppose? Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before a sham sphere got back. The chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Oh, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mrs. Soto?
Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. 𝐲𝐟𝐴, you were up here in your room all evening if I've understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs, not with his blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean.
Ah! That's a very good point. Can't imagine that you could hear noises on the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? Oh my god, I feel the vibrations! Guys, I feel the vibration! Oh my god, the immersive experience that I'm missing out because I fucking didn't choose to connect my controller! Can you guys hear it? Do you hear it? I'm trying to like lean the Joy-Con on the microphone because it's like very like small vibration. I don't know if that's changing anything. I hope that wasn't too loud either. Like it doesn't pick up unless I push it against the microphone. It's not as intense as the one on the PS5. Also the fact that it's staying. The vibration is staying after that. If I click, will it disappear? I say, I know what you're thinking. It's about the outrage of an ex-military, don't you know? Ah, it's another one. It was a big one. I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? It is still vibrating.
And how did you know, Mr. 𝐲𝐼𝐴?
Ah! It's the gas, woman. Gas tells me everything. The gas? It has slowed down. Nope. Is it still there? I can still feel the vibration is just kind of stuck here now though. It's supposed to disappear. Can I hear it against like a metal thing? Yeah, it's still there. I'm assuming it's because it's not really it's not supposed to connect to a Joy-Con, to be fair. Speaking gas. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out.
Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main.
Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of that house would dim for a moment. What? They'd dim? Why? I'll be honest, I don't like the vibrations. Like, I don't mind them, but like, for it to vibrate all the time is kind of annoying. Wait, that's just... Oh! It vibrates on the thing. But there's still like the small little vibrations. That's so weird. Okay. Okay, you know what? The vibrations are kind of stuck there forever. I'll just get used to it. My hands are getting their little massage. Granted, I can't feel anything change whatsoever. It doesn't feel good either. But it's a thought that counts.
Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. That reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it?
Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe.
Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out. Barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguisher lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Ah, right, I see.
By watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it.
Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever.
Point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above is use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. 𝐲𝐟𝐴. Absolutely fascinating.
Well, nothing to it really. I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. 𝐲𝐼RAD was so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, that's all we got from him. I guess we find ourselves moving out soon. Goodbye, sir. There is a slight delay because I am playing on wireless though. Got to see 4 hours of sleep for the past few days and school tomorrow and tired work. I shall go to sleep now. Take care, Apollo. Rest up. Thanks for stopping by. It was nice to see you again. Good luck through school too. I didn't enable guarantee a year 1 completable. I can't even get red cabbage. Oh, actually, I forgot about that. I heard there's also the thing where you can change the difficulty of the thing, the bundles. I've never done that either. I've always just done very like vanilla playthroughs. Oh man, rip. But you've invested so much time already, man. Oh. Oh, we can still examine places here. Oopsie. Right button and then right trigger is the same thing. Okay. Oh, see, this is easier to look at. It gives me motion sickness for some reason, though. That doesn't make sense. I think it's because I'm not actually using my thing as much. 𝐲𝐼RAD household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position here on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant.
Does rather look as though it would collapse in an even smallest earthquake, doesn't it?
Isn't it said to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Suzuki-san has such a hunched back.
There always seems to be a bicycle outside the 𝐲𝐼RAD residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact.
That one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think?
No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted.
And there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bike, I think.
Oh dear. I fear you may be right.
You can see the fucking soap! Oh my god. With the exception of the top floor, where Mr. and Mrs. 𝐲𝐼RAD live, all the windows are bricked up.
Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows.
The tax since has been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely.
Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of the district can't afford to pay to have the work done.
Yes, that is a sad state of affairs.
Especially for people like poor Miss Natsume,
have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Also, it's winter at the moment. It wouldn't be very worth it to take down those said walls. Also, people can break in. Be very unsafe. Yeah, that gives me motion sickness. What the fuck? Hold on. Does it make sense when I use my cursor, it doesn't hurt as much, but when I use my controller, it gives me motion sickness. Maybe I just gotta make sure I look away. Why somebody built the snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think?
It's not a pedestal, Mr. Naroda. It's part of the snowman's body.
Really? It already has a perfectly good body.
Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner.
Now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, know how he feels.
If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs.
Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Nah, she's real about that one. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. If you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. I chose the wrong section of the area to view to examine this. Huh.
Ah, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time.
6 months time! Wait, shit! We're gonna be able to see that when we go back to the future. Everyone's talking about the great, well, present, huh, not future. Everyone's talking about the great exhibition of London at the moment, it seems.
Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself.
Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us would be granted entry?
The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris exposition.
I see. That's an incredible number of people. With so many people expecting to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed.
As always, the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruto.
Or save money. I'm sure they want to make the money back with those tickets, but like, you know. Well, there's not much at Briar Road, so we're going straight to the prison now. I feel it's bad for the controller to always be vibrating like this. If I turn it off, will it still be okay? I'll turn one off. It turned off, okay. It just straight turned off. Wait, I turned one off and the other one that's still connected turned off too. Not turned off, I meant the vibration stopped. Yeah. Yeah. Can I still connect you again though? Wait, they're both disconnected now! Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, come back. Come back. Come back. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I fucked up. Wait, no! I just wanted my vibration to stop. No! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come back. Come back. Oh, it says connected and then it doesn't connect it. Oh, no, it's back. It's back. Come on, Bluetooth. I bought it. Come on. Connect, please. I'm completely spoiled by the use of the controller. Please, you have to come back. Please don't send me back. Please don't send me back. Please. Why is the left one connected and the right one's not connecting? Excuse me? Please wait. My nails hurt having to press into it. Excuse me? Why did the left one connect and not the right one? Come back. 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 Can I continue the game just like this? No, I can't though. It doesn't work like that. I think I have to remove the device for it to connect back. There you go, it should be connected. Why not disable DualShock? That's only on the PS5 though. I'm on Nintendo like Switch Joy-Cons. I should probably turn off like rip immersion, but maybe I'll just turn off the vibrations in the game. Just because it's really annoying me. I don't know why. It just stays stuck like vibrating. Is anyone okay, so like to be fair, right? For reference, most games on Steam, not Steam games, most games on Steam don't have like Switch like inputs, like supported inputs. Like I don't even think Monster Hunter like 𝐢𝐼 has it. But I'm going to fact check myself because I'm not someone to spread misinformation. I don't know if it's gonna show on the like the store site though. 𝐢𝐼. Because remember, Monster Hunter 𝐢𝐼 came out on the Switch first before it was ported onto PC. Like, yeah, it has full controller support for your Xbox, but it doesn't have it for Switch because Steam, even though recognizes Switch as a controller, most games don't actually have its inbuilt like Switch support. For some reason, I don't know how like porting games work. Yeah. It only shows Xbox for Monster Hunter. I didn't know that. Surely PlayStation controllers are fine. Actually, no. PlayStation controllers are ass. Even though they work, they're kind of ass. Average PlayStation minute. Say that with a lot of love. Okay, as someone that owns a PlayStation controller. But, man, it sucks that I can't use my PS5 controller. Just because the fact that I fucked it up and it has a drift now. Once again, I've said this before, it's not a debuff, it's a challenge. I'll keep playing my controller games with a drifting controller just to prove that I am a decent gamer, purposely playing with a challenge. It tilts me more than anything, but like, we're not gonna talk about that, okay? But it feels like such a waste of money that I haven't been able to like put my like use into it because I fucked it up like that. Also, because I'm avoiding controller games now because I know that I have a drifting control. Either way, for now, hopefully the Joy-Cons do its job, but they don't last for very long in terms of battery. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure I should be able to like last one stream. I always have my Switch connected and it's always charged. Wait, the fucking guy's not even here. Seems I must still be questioning poor Mr. Natsume. Where the fuck are we going then? Excuse my language, I don't know where we're supposed to be going. That is the other thing with, like, I did mention, because this is wireless, there is this, like, latency when clicking the buttons, but this is always the case with the Joy-Cons. Which is kind of annoying. I did want to convince myself at one point to buy, like, the actual Switch controllers, but I don't like how they feel. Like, I think I'm completely spoiled by having a PS5 controller. Like, PS5 controllers feel so nice. I don't want to admit it, but it does. But then I've held a Switch one before and it didn't feel as nice. But in like comparison to the latency that I feel from like wireless PS5 controller versus the Joy-Con, it's very obvious. It makes me kind of sad. Does that mean that we haven't investigated everything? Maybe I have to present something. Oh, wise to present. 𝐢𝐼, could I show you this? He doesn't give a fuck. I'm playing on controller now. Maybe I can actually amp up the speed for the tags. Oh, no, you're correct. Hold on. Never mind. That's there was no such thing. Well, unless. Wait, no, that's just text skip. This isn't like clicking through. Never mind. Never mind. I'll just click through everything. What have I presented to you? I forgot. Wait! This has to skip! This has to skip! Wait! So if I... Hold on. The second game has hold to skip! Oh, they didn't have that in the first one. Oh, praise be the Lord. Praise be the Lord. Oh my god, I can skip through... Oh my god. This is great. Okay, no, he doesn't give a fuck about anything. Well, he's the only guy that we can talk to now, though. Does that mean I haven't investigated everything? What? What? Oh, maybe- wait, hold on. Can I ever go back into his room? Maybe something's updated here. There is absolutely nothing updated here. What the fuck? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's fine. We'll just look around again. Much easier to look through things again here. Wait, am I actually stuck? Like, I don't... There's really nothing else here. I feel like there's some, like I'm just kind of half expecting like Sholmes to appear somewhere. Am I missing something? Hold on, maybe let me examine and look around. Sholmes! What the fuck? Ah, Iris is here! Oh, she's sitting down. That's so cute. Look at her. Iris? Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is.
I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once.
Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea.
One third from the right would be good for you, Runo.
Oh? Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Alright, well, we know she's here, but that's not gonna really help us with anything. Maybe Sholmes will appear now? I thought that would make sense. Come on, surely he's somewhere. Hold on. Maybe he's in the bed here. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, look through her bag. Oh wait, no.
Sisato wouldn't let us do that.
We mustn't look through a young maiden's personal belongings, because that's a crime. That's just a crime. Little guy, do you have a clue on where I should be going? Didn't miss anything on Briar Road. Fucking, that gives me motion sickness. Maybe it's because it's just a big, like, wide jump. Can't even examine here, like there's nothing to do. We're missing something. Wait, what am I missing? No, genuinely, what am I missing? What? How do I progress? What? Did I miss a line of question? He doesn't have anything more to say though, and I've presented everything to him. Hold on, let me examine this area again. I feel like we should be able to examine the bar soap here, but we can't. Hold on. I need to sneeze. Oh, excuse me. No? The one time that I wish Sholmes would appear in the most stupid way so that I could progress through the damn story. Where am I going? Iris! Iris! Oh wait! We can examine the entire room again. So are we to wait for Iris to finish with her thing and then we can talk with her again? This enormous machine takes up the entire—
Because I forgot, because I examined this 6 months in the present with just Ryunosuke. I didn't examine this room again with Susato. It's different!
Puzzle solved, boys. Let's just click through some dialogue. Maybe Susato points the way. I wish they had the hint thing here as well, like they did in Spirits of Justice. That was really helpful. Well, not just Spirits of Justice, but like the Apollo Justice like trilogy. Most of it had the thing. I'm surprised they didn't do that here again, or at least try to like update it.
I feel like it would be so helpful.
It'd be so helpful. Wait, maybe Susato does point the way in like the little text thing when you go to move through the places. I'll read through her text again. I didn't read it because I thought it was just highlighting things, but maybe I should read it. This enormous machine takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very imposing. Oh, Iris! Iris is here.
Hurley's great analytoscope. Yes, it can analyze anything at all, you know?
I've never seen anyone actually using it.
Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it.
Why didn't you get it to analyze its own operation then?
Oh, Bruno, you're razor sharp today, aren't you?
Can I examine the bullet? No. There's all sorts of things on the shelves, chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance.
I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though.
It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray.
I really don't get it. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. When he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery, what's it called again? A shoddy something?
Oh yes, the wonderful instrument features in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the world-famous Stradivarius.
What?
Stradivarius, Mr. Naruto.
Stragivor.
Are you even trying now?
We'll come back to this another time, I think. Before I move to the other side. No! The workplace of the world's greatest detective. Oh, it's a dream come true. Home and office of the world-famous great detective and his young companion, Iris. Okay, no, you just kind of go through all the areas and then hope for the best. It's just like the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. What the fuck is a direction? How do you progress the game? You know what? I'm okay with it. I kind of miss it. It's really a case of left to your own devices. Fuck it, we ball. It's curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. I'm kind of annoyed that you're kind of like, okay. The average Ace Attorney player, right? If it wasn't like the Phoenix Wright trilogies, most of it was kind of optional though. You didn't really have to examine everything. But at the moment, I examined everything but this area. And the only way, from the looks of it, for me to proceed, because Iris's model was like right there, is that I'm probably gonna have to examine this entire room before I can talk to her. And that's how the story will progress. My only thought process is that if we do examine the entirety of the room, or like examine something that is of importance, that will help with the story. Like for example, the case that I clicked to examine now, we know that it has like quite important things to the story because it involves Iris and then her father, Johnny Boy H. Wilson. Is this his name, John? I feel like I've been saying John a lot. You know how you say John something? John insert the meme. Ah yes, John Attorney. Even more curious to think that Iris' father's notes about Mr. Sholm's cases are inside it.
You mustn't look in there, Bruno. Those notes are top secret.
It's top secret to me.
Between Daddy and me.
Mr. Sholmes isn't somehow in on the secret?
Crowley tends to forget, you see, as soon as he solved a case, in fact. Once, when he read one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. It was absolutely adamant.
Sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you?
That didn't give anything of importance! How does this game work?
I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting.
Do be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know.
I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Oopsie. Hi again, Chosos! Welcome back! I got all these mementos of Mrs. Sholm's past case. You know, Miss Susato's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them.
But yours don't, do they, Runo?
Well, I have read the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes now, by order of Miss Susato. The trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me.
Well, he does solve the cases in the end.
I suppose so? Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. It'd be funny if he was actually playing dumb, like, the entire time in front of, Ryunosuke. It always strikes me how pretty and neatly arranged his tea set is. I love how she just jumps out. So scary. I was kind of half expecting Iris to still be in the background and you just have two Iris models.
It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Right there, I'll fetch the special blend that I prepared for her today.
Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? She looks so happy at the prospect.
And after you've drunk it, I'll collect some experimental data if that's alright.
Just what is she about to make me drink? Ah yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So what's on the blackboard today? Buck up, Bruno? What is this?
The way she just teleports. The TP, the instant TP. She wrote, she typed into a typewriter /TP.
Oh, I'm just playing around with ideas for the title of next month's installment. Another idea I had was the barrel coronet. I'm really torn about which one to use. What do you think, Bruno?
Anything but buck up Bruno, obviously.
I suppose you're right. I tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll have to wait until next month and see.
Ugh, so many sleepless nights. That's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles too.
Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode.
Ah. Charming shelf full of charming bottles full of charring ingredients.
You know, Harley mistakenly drank from one of them the other day.
What? And how?
I think he was lucky though. He hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation.
Living with Mr. Sholmes, that's a hazardous occupation if you ask me. One of these days we're just gonna see Herlock Sholmes combust. In the trial he's just gonna explode, guys. Well, we never see him in trial, never mind. Maybe the next time we see him he'll actually explode. If we ever see him again, I feel like we won't. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter.
To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. It's such a dreamy thought.
I actually had a go on it the other day. Little metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry.
Listen, Naruto. You're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again.
Ugh. I've made Susato angry as well. Yeah, that should be everything though. Can I talk to her again? No? I swear to god, if Herlock... If Sholmes just appears, like, spontaneously... I've examined everything, no? Oh my god, I'm going to riot. Iris! Please save me from this purgatory. Oh my god! Goodbye. Have fun. We're going to visit every fucking place again. Especially the prison, because I feel like we should be able to talk- Yeah! Yo, fuck this. I'm missing something. I'm fucking missing something. What am I missing? I examined everything. Okay, maybe we leave and go back into the suite. Iris! Please, 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 please. Oopsie. Please. Ah! Stop typing! Help. Help! Miss Green! Sholmes. Okay. We're going to do a once of everything again, alright? See if I missed anything. That's everything in this room, no? My ears, I'm so sorry, Josos. I apologize. We didn't get the alert jump scare, but I forgot about the warning that I'm probably gonna jump scare with my voice. Did I miss something? Maybe it's like something very specific that I have to land the cursor on, maybe. Like, this looks suspicious, but that's just the floor. You guys see anything? So when it goes light blue without the check mark. Can I check out the window again? It's the same. Examine the rat. Should I go back and examine the rat for you? It's just a little guy. It's just chilling. Not very hygienic for a hospital, but like he's just chilling. Yeah, examine the rat for you because like clearly I'm not progressing through the game anyways. No, Miss Rat. If I'm in a hospital, it doesn't seem the best. I've already inspected this. The rat's just a patient as well, you know?
Hat?
The hat in the room? Yeah. Oopsie. It's not going light blue like this, meaning there's nothing there that I can examine. Sure, there's something more to the body. I think it might have to do something with 𝐢𝐽. But then Iris is just sitting back at the suite. I feel like there should be a way to proceed with her, like, or talk with her or something like that. We're talking about these hats. No. Should I check this again? The white thingy on the floor. The white thingy? You mean this? You already examined this one. It's a ripped up envelope. Wait. Maybe I have to check my court records again? No? Wait! Huh? Oh no, it's gone now. Come on. This is annoying. I mean, I can examine this again, but I feel like it doesn't go anywhere. You know what? Technically, to me, this is the same thing, but like, I've tried to examine everything. Might as well examine the stuff. It's very fine embroidery here. It shows the name of the armband's owner. In this case, Kazuma Osogi. I'm always carrying my best friend's hopes and dreams with me on my right arm, just here, all the time. To be honest, it's something that weighs very heavily on me. Oh, didn't realize it was such a burden, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I think it's why my right shoulder aches so much. Are you sure that's not to do with you reading in bed or the like? I'm right in thinking that these scales are a symbol of defense and law, aren't they? They're supposed to symbolize treating everything equally and fairly. That's why they're always in the middle, balanced, equal measures on both sides. Recently, though, whenever I see a set of scales, I can only think of the enormous scales of justice. That's entirely understandable. They're such a powerful symbol in the courtroom, aren't they? The thing about the scales of justice is always leaning on one way or the other. They're only ever in balance right at the start. Must be something peculiar to the British. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on it, Mr. Naruto. My nose is itchy. What about the cup? No, you're right! I completely glazed over it. I thought it would have appeared. One of the teacups that Mr. 𝐲𝐿 and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruto. There's a bit of poison inside. Planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. One of Mr. 𝐲𝐿's, and there must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. Also, Seki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Oh, thank you. I'm free! That should be it. Pair of teacups. The teacups used by Mr. 𝐲𝐿 and Mr. Natsume. The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. Oh my god! I can't believe I wasn't able to... Oh my god. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Oh god. Inspector Gregson! Back so soon? What do you mean back so soon? I've been at this for like 3 hours. After threw that little Japanese fella in the clink. I went and reported this to the investigation division. 5 minutes time this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then.
Oh, Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in his cell again so soon.
I'm sure we should probably go. And...
What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
What did I say earlier? Oh, I'm glad he's dead. I don't think I could voice him. So you were able to grip your stupid teacup. Fuck you. I was right. You're not dead. You were able to hold on to that teacup while we were fucking doing a deduction. You asshole.
Hold on, let me drink water so that I can prepare on how the fuck to voice him. Okay.
Out.
Out, brief candle. I don't know how to do your voice. Lies but a walking shadow, a poor player. My controller disconnected. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale, told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day. What?
Walking Dead?
His legs, oh my god. The fella isn't dead at all. Oh, what was that nonsense you were saying there?
I think? Yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth.
So look, I'm sorry, I can't read. Fuck. Soliloquy. Yeah, I definitely knew that word.
An act of speaking one sort aloud with when by oneself or regardless of any hearers, especially by a character in a play.
Soliloquy.
A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5.
Shakespeare? So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare,
Came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was.
To be continued? No, we're still going.
It's the other fucker!
Once again, two characters from the last game that we saw their 3D models that appeared, and then we never saw them again until now. So I'm getting my closure of William Shakespeare, and now we have the second guy that we saw. This is the same guy that was arguing with the guy with William Shakespeare. Now we see him outside. Rye Road.
Whatever do you think will happen now?
Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but the victim comes back to life.
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamsu did consume poison as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Till the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. I kind of like the ambience, like, noise right now.
Is something wrong, Miss Naruto?
Excuse me? Could we have a word? Oh my god, his head! The way he bobbled! Oh, he also JoJo poses. He just ran off.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
I do too, but I don't remember. Me, I remember! My hand's raised up, please. Teacher! Teacher! I know the answer to the question. But we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Wait, this is literally the same shit that happened last time. This is the same fucking shit that happened the last time we saw this guy. We saw them arguing in front of the lodgings and they were like, oh, well, that was a strange encounter that we saw. Off we go. No! Renosuke went after him! You'll be arrested otherwise, don't do that. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again.
Good idea.
Oh my god, we can finally progress of the story! Oh my god, we did it! We're out! We're free! Fuck! Can I... Is Iris still typing away on her typewriter? I assume so. Well, I guess we'll see you again. Bye-bye, Iris. Yeah, thank you! GW, I'm not sure how to say your name. I'll call you GW for now. Thank you for the teacup. I feel like I wouldn't have been able to progress otherwise. Knowing me, I would have gone everywhere else again before I found that teacup. Or I would have searched it up. Thank you. Shakespeare dude is so dramatic. Well, he is based off Shakespeare. Well, someone that is an actor learning Shakespeare stuff. But I'm glad that he's passed out. I shouldn't have to speak as him again unless he appears in the trial. But for now, he's in the hospital, which is great. We have 2 people in the hospital because we got to meet Miss Green before. Hold on, how do you open? Hold on, incorrect. So I'm still trying to learn the controls. Yeah, Miss Green. Because you know who stabbed her? The person that stabbed her was an accident. It was actually Gary Dub's wife that accidentally stabbed Miss Green. The issue was that it was a couple. One of the constables, one of the police officers actually tampered with the crime scene. And now we had what seems to be an attempted murder. But I wonder how Miss Green comes into play. Like, I know because we had her case chronologically in the game. Her case was literally wrapped up like yesterday. Or the day before. I forgot what time it was. I guess it's trying to cover up the whole of Miss Natsume's like story again, since that's why we're back in the past. Oh, we've got to let me examine this for you guys. Sorry. Ooh, this one looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Okay. Okay. Of course, I examined the incorrect spot.
This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking.
Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean.
Because he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark.
I always gulp it down too.
Sorry, Mr. Naruto.
Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold.
Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea.
Oh, it's updated. We have teacups. Teacups used by Mr. 𝐲𝐿 and Mr. Natsume. There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. Oh yeah? This must be the cup that Mr. 𝐲𝐿 was drinking from then. It's stained on the inside.
Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea.
Really? Never noticed before.
You've never noticed?
Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot! That's the Japanese way, isn't it?
Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. Most of them are Japanese.
It's nothing at the bottom of the cup, yeah, right? Wait, so there being a tea marking, could you technically, like... What's the word? Oh yeah, that's what they wanted to do, huh? When we finally investigated the teacups. If they get them examined, maybe pick up traces of poison from the tea ring. Okay. Old man voice warning.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now?
I'm student Mr. Naruhodo 𝐲𝐿. Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. 𝐲𝐿?
He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Ah! Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. That sort of hurts.
Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You're heavily involved in the deduction, too.
Yes, moving on, we have some wonderful news. Oh!
The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again.
Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible!
Oh?
I'm stuck in the cell, suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick! You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer! Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, that selfish shyster! Make up your mind! Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly, wishy, washy, William! Well, it seems likely that Mr. 𝐲𝐿 was never actually dead in the first place. Oh yes, that might make sense. I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. A lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh, okay, there's finally like a positive opinion between you two. Or like an opinion between you two. I feel like we haven't been able to like decipher what their relationship was like. At the most, it was like, what? Susato said, when we were in Gyarados room, that those two might have like things in common. But like, that could either be a bad thing or a good thing. And Soseki-san has been like majorly paranoid of like everyone.
Oh?
Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mrs. 𝐲𝐿, didn't you? Sphere. Yeah, he's a ball. I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Ugh, why am I cursed like this? It's okay. We know that in the future, present, when you go back to Japan, everything will be fine. Your eye bags, clear. Skin, clear. Crops, clear, because you're not a farmer. You tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume. There's nothing to tell. But Mr. Naruhodo 𝐲𝐿, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. Case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended with a knife in her back.
It's hard to believe that was only yesterday.
After that trial was over, I trudged my way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. 𝐷𝐴. Sphere! To me, he's a sphere. So you did go to the victim's room then?
As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong! I've never been to his room before, it was the first time! So what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. We had to go out, so I bade him farewell.
That ties in with what Mr. 𝐷𝐿 said, that the victim went out and came back after 8.
We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after. When I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift.
So it was you who bought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then?
And I suppose you're discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet! Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate.
Stronger?
I'm sure.
Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare!
And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison to Mr. 𝐷𝐴's tea?
No! Never! Not at all! Team Juliet won! That was me!
And when I Team Juliet. What does stronger mean? Stronger in terms of what? I need context.
When I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit! I swear, categorically!
Person existence. Oh my god, I can feel my allergies acting the fuck up. Mr. 𝐷𝐿, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been in here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time, I've learned that it's no place for me.
It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture.
That word is everywhere I look, and they all stare at me. They all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. Makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road.
But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable.
Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed.
Cursed? Cursed how?
Previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there.
Oh no!
He was only a young man. One morning he was found dead and no one could explain why.
Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books! And books cost money! A horrible history is a small price to pay! When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning.
Brave? Or blinkered?
After I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was.
Gosh, was it really so awful?
Horrible history.
How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. 𝐷𝐿? What happened?
At first, it was just a feeling of beady eyes pouring into my back, watching me.
Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? Oh my fucking nose.
No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been a long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place.
Nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
All the souls who died in that room leaned over me in my sleep and tried to strangle me!
That really is horrible.
And now I've come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. 𝐷𝐴 was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room!
You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right, I know it. That's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home!
I think perhaps you should try to avoid a combination with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history.
Susato!
Susato knows how to make the man listen. Of course. My lord of the manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Garab? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near that place.
Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements.
Ah, you mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. Must be a reason why he keeps such a close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean, he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear, then it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamsphere isn't, in fact, dead at all. Once he's come around, he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me? Inspector Gregson. Could help overhearing what you just said.
This is the second fucking time that you've, like, eavesdropped on us with fucking Mr. Natsume. I know we're in the, like, cells and, like, of course, like, you know, you're gonna pick up on conversations, but, like, courtesy, sir! Eavesdropping is rude!
There's some good news and some bad news. Oh? What do you want first? Always, every time! The bad news comes first. Sorry, I was thinking of Gregson's voice. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why did you give the option anyways? As a matter of fact, the victim, Mr. Shamsphere, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, thank goodness, it's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Uh-oh. So no, that's not on the cards. What?
Why ever not, Inspector?
Oh no. Mr. Shamsphere has implicated someone who's been responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone?
Oh dear.
You don't mean... So to say I do, yes, he's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! By sweet poison, he seeketh to end my life. Thou wickedeth cateth, so Seki Natsume. No! So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No!
Oh, you poor thing. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. You know, even I'm not that unlucky to find yourself back in prison and in the fucking courts like days in a row. It's so fucking unfortunate. No wonder he went back to Japan. Absolutely terrifying. February 22nd, 9:23 AM. The Old Bailey. Defendant Antechamber 3? Oh, it's just Antechamber. It's just the Antechamber. I'm so used to the numbers. The Old Bailey! This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I don't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line!
morning!
Ah, good morning, Mr. Natsume.
It was only 2 days ago. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here.
Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back.
But now this! Another morning, another murder! Here I am again in this hellhole! God, keep coming to court!
Beginning to think he's right. Really does seem as though he's cursed.
Miss Naruto, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes, morning.
So, here we are again.
Yes, again. Tentacle! The soul system is mocking the Bio Squires! What's the bad news?
Oh dear. You heard, did you?
If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say!
Oh, I'm sorry.
You've done nothing wrong, Mrs. Otho. Now, what is it?
Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baruch Van Zyks.
Van Zyks?
Ah! Oh no. Oh, no.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey. Most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Oseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through. Still.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter, after all.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. Legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zyks is the prosecutor.
Oh no.
That even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or the another.
And we've experienced it firsthand.
I was gonna say, are you gonna show his model? Are you gonna show the little Irishman's model?
A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey.
Do I have to put up with that? With those ice cold eyes burning to my soul again? Curse my evil spirits and now by the Reaper! They're petrifying perils, potentially!
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Like I'm student missing the whole Esquire!
Ah, yes.
I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone now!
Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally. Ally? Ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear.
Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Let's go.
Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean.
That's probably for the best.
Oh,
If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zyks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least that's my gut feeling.
Mr. Naruto.
You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, like a student missing the whole Esquire. Well said!
My hay fever's acting the fuck up. My eyes, my nose. Oh my god. Okay, no, but I'm gonna end it soon. Don't worry.
I swear on the sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor.
Ah, yes.
Here, I'll end it here. Right before the trial. Usually I would have stopped, like, after the to be continued, but I wanted to do a little bit extra because I know we would have been in the antechamber. The defendant antechamber. And that means that I would have to, like, strain out, Soseki-san's voice. And hopefully he doesn't appear again.
Usually the defendant doesn't appear unless we need them for like what is it called? For a testimony, witness testimony. Usually doesn't start off in the game. Wait, let me save again. I'm paranoid. Okay. Get a little sneak peek. The jury. And just because I want the BGM. So, that is where I end for today's stream. Yippee! Oh my god, my nose! I'm so fuck. Oh, my hay fever. Okay, so I will be calling it here for today's stream because the investigation went on for a good amount, and I think that is a good point to stop. So that the next stream, tomorrow's stream, is the trial. Yip yip yay! So, of course, for those that want to see how the case ends, how the case goes, if Soroseki, well, we know he lives. Like, he lives. Well, we know he's not dead yet, clearly. The Reaper's, like, curse hasn't hit him. We know that he's alive in Japan. But to see how he gets out of this is going to be interesting because he's found himself in 2 cases where it's only attempted murder because both victims haven't died yet. Which is, if you think about it, quite lucky for Mr. Natsume, but, you know, you can... I digress. Having to find himself in those 2 cases in the first place, and back-to-back no less, that's a different kind of luck. But, please do look forward to tomorrow to see how the trial will go! Yip, yippee, yippee! I'm excited, because I want to see how things go. With, like, the story. Because I was kind of hoping that this next case that we go through gives us a little bit more context, if that makes sense. But we didn't really get much. Like, in terms of, like, the grand story of, like, the great Ace Attorney. But I guess, hopefully through the trial we get something, because we get to see Van Zyks again. But this is weird because it's a flashback. It's a flashback in between 2 cases that we've done in the last game. So maybe we, since the whole point of the Haunted Lodgings is to flashback and see what's going on, so that we go back in the present and see what's going on. It will shed some light, and I think it's related to Van Zyks, because Van Zyks has like virtually like no lore at the moment. That, like, I feel like there wasn't even any like teasers in the last game of like anything. Like hinting anything that could be like, oh, okay, he's kind of interesting. Oh, no, he's just a guy that people call the Reaper. Like, that's it for his exposition. Like, it doesn't get anywhere beyond that. So, hopefully tomorrow I will be going crazy because it is a trial and I suck at trials. So, we'll see. Yes. That is my concluding thoughts for today's stream. So I'll end it here. Thank you to everyone that has dropped by the stream today. It was nice to see a bunch of old faces again. It has been a while since I've seen some people. And thank you to those that have stayed and watched through the stream. I hope the voice acting wasn't too grating, but I'll be continuing anyways. Those that have also commented into chat, I appreciate all the messages you have left behind. It was nice. I feel like I learned a lot today. I got to learn about how the body works after death, and a little bit about guitars as well. Today was an enlightening session for me. Thank you to everyone that has chatted. I'm trying to like go through like what my usual, like how I end my streams, but like I'm also trying to fight my hay fever and irritation. Okay. We'll stop, call it off. Tomorrow's stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Please come join me then. Everyone, remember, go get your hydrations. Go eat. Take care of yourself. if you haven't yet, especially to those that have been binging in games and whatnot, and binging through studies, make sure to take care of yourself. Everyone else, if you stayed up alongside me, go rest up. Thank you for staying out. I hope you have a good sleep, sweet dreams. And those on the other side of the world, have a good rest of your day. And if you if you're dealing with the heat like I am, make sure you don't die from the heat. Or if it's cold, starting to get cold, make sure you bundle up. I'll see you guys next stream. Good night. Bye bye. For those that deal with hay fever like me, make sure you stuff your nose with tissues.